Yes, Prabhuji, we are good. We are live on YouTube.
Okay, we're on YouTube.
And I will send the YouTube link right now.
Yeah. Can you send it on any of the Telegram groups so that I can then?
Yes.
Yeah, I can post it to the other places and put it on Kalachanji's website as well and Facebook.
Yes, Prabhuji. So it's posted. I have also sent to you, Prabhuji, in WhatsApp.
Okay, good.
So you can forward it.
Yes, I'm doing that now. Actually, I copied it off one of the other ones, so I'm sending it now. I'm doing it all on the Telegram groups as well. So now what's happening is at the temple, the curtains are opening late because it's special darshan today. So we'll let people know that they can actually. Is there a way to show that special darshan? I mean, that darshan on our Zoom or Facebook?
Yes, Prabhuji, we can do it now.
Okay, just 1 minute. Let me answer Mathuranath Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Mathuranath Prabhu.
Hey, Nityananda. Hey, so when I give class at 11 or give the talk at 11,
yes.
Should I do it? I can do it over Zoom at home. Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely. Just let.
Will people on YouTube still be able to see it? Or
Yes. It'll be a live cast on both the on Zoom and YouTube. I've got actually Damyan Prabhu online. Damyan Prabhu, this is Mathuranath Prabhu asking at 11 o'clock when he's speaking, the Lord Nityananda Leela.
Sure.
Then at that time, he'll be doing it from home on Zoom, but that'll be broadcast on YouTube as well simultaneously, right?
Right.
Yes. So that's what will happen. And so you'll send out the links, Damyan Prabhu, again, same way we did now.
Yes, correct, Prabhuji. Yeah. So, Prabhuji, what I'm planning to is to put this link active till the program ends. So in the meantime, I will show the altar and then our floor, temple's floor
Can you
Can.
please do that? Yes.
Yes.
So that what happens is we also can have darshan right now, and also we're going to start at 7:45, but we'll start as soon as darshan is over. You know.
Sure, Prabhuji.
Okay. Thank you. So Mithuna Prabhu, you get the idea, right? So he's put the link on right now for YouTube. So right now, there's darshan going to happen, is happening, or probably about to happen. And then I'll be speaking about Lord Nityananda. So that's going on both Zoom and YouTube. And then at 10 o'clock, Abhishek. And all this will be both on Zoom and YouTube.
Okay. So are you speaking from home also?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks.
Hare Krishna. Hare
Okay.
Krishna. Hare Krishna. So it's still not started there at the temple, right? They're still doing kirtan?
It's I'm just checking, Prabhuji. 1 second.
Sure.
Prabhuji, darshan is open, Prabhuji.
Oh, so can you show it? Can you show the darshan?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Put it online here now. And of course, on our YouTube channel, it'll also show because it's showing here.
Prabhuji, shall I share the sound also or just a video?
Sound also.
Sound, okay.
I'll tell you when to turn it off.
Okay.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nityananda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gaura, Gaura. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, Krishna Krishna. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaurari. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaurari. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Gaurari, Nitai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda. Jaya Nityananda Ram, Jaya Nityananda Ram, Jaya Nityananda Ram, Jaya Nityananda Ram. Nitai. Jaya Nityananda Ram, Jaya Nityananda Ram, Nityananda Ram, Jaya Nityananda Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nityananda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jai Nitai Gaur Pramande Hari One Jai Gaur Pramande.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai.
Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Go Premanandi.
So now we can switch over to our side, Prabhuji.
That one? Yeah, I have to practice.
Great. So we're now on Zoom.
Yes, Prabhuji.
So we can
You're on
start,
Zoom. Yes.
we can start here now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll do the invocation prayer for the for Chaitanya Charitamrita. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Brinda.
Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Brinda.
Jaya Jaya Shri
Shri
Chaitanya
Chaitanya
Jaya
Jaya Nityananda
Jaya
Jaya
Dvaita
Jaya Bhakta Vrinda.
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Brinda.
Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Jai Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita ki jai.
Jai.
Okay, so now you might mute everybody else, Damyan Prabhu, and then
Sure, Prabhuji.
I'll start the class. So we're speaking today from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, and before we speak, I'll chant some invocation prayers. Om Gyana Tinirandhasya Gyaninjana Shalakaya Chakshuram Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swam Rupa Kadamadhyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vanchakalpatrubhischa Kripasindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namne Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesh Shunyavadi Paschati Deshatarine Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jai Shrimat Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita ki Jai. So today we're speaking from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Lila, chapter 5, starting with text number 2. Text number 2, we just chanted the prayer. Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaura Bhakta Brinda. Translation: all glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all glories to Lord Nityananda, all glories to Advaita Acharya, and all glories to all the devotees of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text number 3. A Sat Sloke Kahila Krishna Chaitanya Mahima Pancha Shloke Kahi Nityananda Tattva Sima. I have described the glory of Sri Krishna Chaitanya in 6 verses. Now in 5 verses, I shall describe the glory of Lord Nityananda. Text 4. Sarvavatari Krishna Swayam Bhagavan Tanghara Dvitiya Deha Sri Balarama. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is the fountainhead of all incarnations. Lord Balaram is his second body. Purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Lord Sri Krishna, the absolute personality of Godhead, is the primeval Lord, the original form of Godhead, and his first expansion is Sri Balarama. The personality of Godhead can expand himself in innumerable forms. The forms that have unlimited potency are called Swamsha, and the forms that have limited potencies, us, the living entities, are called Vibhinangsha. Text number 5. Ekai Swarupa Danghe Bhinna Matrakaya Adikaya Vyuha Krishna Lilar Sahaya. Translation. These two are one and the same identity, meaning Krishna and Balaram. They differ only in form. Lord Balaram is the first bodily expansion of Krishna, and he assists in Lord Krishna's transcendental pastimes. Purport. Balaram is a Swangsha expansion of the Lord, and therefore there is no difference in potency between Krishna and Balarama. The only difference is in their bodily structure. As the first expansion of Godhead, Balaram is the chief deity among the first quadruple forms, and he is the foremost assistant of Sri Krishna in his transcendental activities. Text 6. Sri Krishna Navadvipe Sri Chaitanya Chandra Sai Balarama Sange Sri Nityananda. Translation. That original Lord Krishna appeared in Navadvipa as Lord Chaitanya, and Balaram appeared with him as Lord Nityananda. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuranmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishtaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Guru Swami Nityananda. Hare Krishna. So today is the most glorious appearance day of the original spiritual master. So Krishna is described as the original supreme personality of Godhead, and Lord Balaram is described as the original personality of, as the original supreme personality of servitor Godhead. He prefers to be the servant of Krishna because he knows, he understands, and he actually teaches us by his example that service to Krishna brings even more pleasure than what Krishna himself enjoys. And this is why Lord Chaitanya appeared also, because Krishna wanted to taste the pleasure of his service. And this pleasure of his service is exemplified in the person of Srimati Radharani. Srimati Radharani is not considered, only considered, but is the very best devotee of Krishna. The person who serves Krishna so nicely that Krishna can't even live one moment without her. He's so much hooked on her love. He's so much mesmerized by her love. So Krishna wanted to appear. So Krishna appeared as Gauranga Mahaprabhu to taste that love. And also, most importantly, to give us that taste so that we can have that taste. And so in this process, there is a requirement, as it says in the Bhagavad Gita, tad vidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadakshyanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshanaha, that one can actually taste this supremely blissful pleasure of service to Krishna, of serving Krishna, through the agency of the spiritual master. Because somebody has to touch us with that love of Godhead, then we will also have love of Godhead. So, and this is described as the spiritual master. Sri Krishna himself declares that this is the process. And he says, in case you may understand that it's not the process because somehow I am an exception, then he gives another verse in the Bhagavad Gita to say, Evam parampara raptam, evam parampara praptam, imam rajarishya vidu, that even the very best of the devotees of the past, and they were known as rishis. Rishis means they could see again Krishna. They could again see Krishna, be in full audience with Krishna. And the best amongst them were considered the Raja Rishis, that even the Raja Rishis followed this process of accepting a spiritual master in disciplic succession. And we are very fortunate that we are in the what's called the Brahma Madhava Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya. Our Sampradaya starts from Lord Brahma, the original person, the first person in the material world. And he had personal darshan of Krishna, and he heard everything from Krishna, just like we hear from Guru. By the way, Guru means three types of gurus: the initiating spiritual master, the instructing spiritual master. The initiating spiritual master is known as Diksha Guru. The instructing spiritual master is known as Siksha Guru. And there are others who actually encourage us to come onto the path of Krishna consciousness. And they're known as the Marga Pradashka Guru or the Vartaman Pradashka Guru. And these three gurus are the same. They have the same potency. They serve different purposes. The Marga Pradashka Guru shows us the path so that now we come to know there is such a thing as Krishna consciousness. There is such a person as the original Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. We are his parts and parcels. And the greatest happiness in our life is to please Krishna, to do everything solely for Krishna's pleasure, like that. So the Marga Pradashka Guru actually introduces us to this path. And then there is a person who comes and holds our hand and walks us back all the way back to Godhead. And that person or persons are our Siksha Guru. And they are considered in the Vedas as the most important of the gurus because they are there with us 24/7. Now, the Diksha Guru is also with us 24/7 and sometimes is able to give that day-to-day attention to a disciple, but often not like that because the Diksha Guru's purpose is to admit us into the parampara so that we are now linked to the disciplic chain all the way back to Godhead, so that the whole disciplic succession will encourage us and enthuse us and empower us to go back to Godhead. Sometimes, even though we are kicking and fighting and wanting to enjoy the material world anyway, like that. So, Lord Balaram is the original spiritual master. And in Lord Krishna's Leela, as Gauranga Mahaprabhu, what is known as Gauranga Leela, Lord Balaram comes as Lord Nityananda. And today is his holy appearance day. And we are very fortunate because although in Krishna Leela, there are so many rules and regulations that you have to follow to become purified, to become disciplined, to become sincere, to become one-pointed. Vyavasatmika buddhi ekeha kuranandana, to become one-pointed. There's so many things we have to do that sometimes devotees become a little discouraged. It's not easy. The process is not easy. So Krishna, when he comes to taste the pleasure of his service, pleasure of his own service, he actually gives us a dispensation. And that dispensation is that just try to become a devotee and have faith in me that I will take care of you. I will personally deliver you to Krishna. Then I, with my associates, principally led by Lord Nityananda, Lord Advaita Acharya, Lord Gadadhar Pandit, and Srivas Thakur, like that. And some other very, very amazing devotees like Srila Rupa Goswami, Srila Sanatana Goswami, the 6 Goswamis like that, Srila Swarup Damodar, Srila Narottam Das Thakur, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. Amazing, amazing personalities. They actually introduce us into a family. And so today I wanted to speak from the instructions, from the life and instructions of Srila Narottam Das Thakur, who himself is actually the personification of love of Gauranga Mahaprabhu. So when we are completely in love with Gauranga Mahaprabhu, which is the purpose of our life, then that love appeared on this planet as Srila Narottam Das Thakur ki jai. Such an amazing personality. And so he wrote many wonderful prayers, many wonderful songs, one of which is the Manaha Siksha. Why the Manaha Siksha? Now, recently, Srila Ritatbhaja Maharaj also spoke from this very same set of texts. And then a few days ago, Srila Giriraj Swami Maharaj also spoke from the same text. And I was thinking what I should speak from, how I should speak, how I should repeat the words. And it dawned on me, and I got the realization I should also speak from the same text. And all three speakers have their own hearts and speak from their own hearts in ways that actually give us deeper and deeper meanings of the same Manaha Siksha. But I chose Manaha Siksha because of the times we live in. These pandemic times are very stressful. And many of us have gone through this stress for such a long time. We become a little accustomed to it, but actually, in a lot of ways, we have suffered tremendously. In many ways, some of us physically, some of us mentally, some of us psychologically, and unfortunately, some of us even spiritually have suffered. And the reason for this is because our minds have become affected. The mind is the king of the senses. And it is the senses that generally drive us in the material world. We're driven by the senses. We are sense gratifiers. Our idea is somehow or the other to do what is called fruitive work, fruitful for the senses, so the senses can enjoy. And the master of these senses, the Lord of these senses, is our mind. But fortunately for us, the way Krishna manifested everything, the mind is in the mode of goodness. It's amazing. We would not have thought that the mind would be in the mode of goodness because he is the principal troublemaker. In fact, it is described that the mind is our friend or our enemy, and mostly our enemy because the mind is somehow tricking us to stay in the material world, to see if we can etch out some little pleasure from this material world, because we are pleasure-seeking entities. Anandamaya abhyasat, like that. So, Srila Narottam Das Thakur wrote a wonderful prayer to instruct his mind, and through this, we are instructing our minds. And so in this process, we understand that everything is based on consciousness. And so this consciousness actually rises through 5 different stages for human beings. The first stage is when they enter human life, starting from the previous life being one of the 4 gateways in animal kingdom from which we come into human life. So there are 8,400,000 species of life. And we all actually progress from the lowest species to the highest species. And so when we arrive at the animal species, there are 4 animals: the lion, or sometimes called the tiger, actually referred to as the tiger, the monkey, the dog, and the cow. These 4 are gateways to human life. So when we first arrive into human life from these gateways, we're still very, very animalistic. Srila Prabhupada describes us as aboriginal. We're pretty much animals, except we have a human form. And then the next stage is we start becoming a little more polished, a little more advanced, And we become really powerful, sense gratifies. It's all about me, 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 me. It's all me. How can I enjoy it? So then it's all about enjoyment, day and night enjoyment. Party, party, party. And then come the next 3 stages, and now the Vedas get involved. And the only information that is infallible, apaurashya, that is infallible, that is achitta and adhokshaja, are statements made by the Vedas, statements made by the Vedic Sastras, the Rasa Sastras, the Vedic Sastras, like that. So these deal with 3 developments, and today, as we talk about these 3 developments, the first comes the stage of mode of goodness, that is called the metaphysical stage of life. And here, people are interested in piety, intelligence, and nobility, so that they can have the 6 opulences, be very wealthy, very famous, very powerful, very knowledgeable, very beautiful, and renounced, like that. Different combinations of these 6. Then they rise even higher to self-realization. So this is the overtly spiritual phase of human life, where people are interested in charity, austerity, and sacrifice. Sacrifice meaning now integrating with the most powerful spiritual energies of this world, of this creation, of the spiritual world too. And so here this is called self-realization. Finally, they come to the highest stage, which is the 5th stage, and the 3rd stage described in the scriptures, and that is the transcendental phase, where we come to know Krishna as the original Supreme Personality of Godhead. We come to meet the spiritual master. We come to meet the devotees. We come to hear Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita and all of the wonderful scriptures. We come to chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, and do kirtan, sankirtan. By the way, that is the essence of everything, sankirtan. It is the essence of everything. If there is any one prayer we should be chanting every day, it is that, may I always be absorbed in sankirtan, solely for Krishna's pleasure and the greatest happiness of everyone. Because that is what sankirtan does. And then comes prasadam, deity darshan, darshan of the deities, dancing. Prabhupada said, chanting, feasting, dancing, these are the 3 purposes of the Hare Krishna movement. So chanting I spoke of, now the dancing and the prasadam comes. And our devotion becomes deepened. We become true disciples and true devotees, like that. And finally, we reach out to others by the process of sankirtan, by the process of preaching, by the process, most importantly, of encouraging others to do the same, to come into the association, to read the books, to chant, to greet the deities and dance in front of the deities and eat sumptuously Krishna Prasad and become disciplined like that, very devoted. So we encourage others like that. So this is the transcendental phase. So Srila Nityananda Das Thakur writes this prayer called Teachings to the Mind from Prarthana. And I'll just read the verse and the translation. There are 4 verses. Jai. Shri Prarthana ki jai. Srila Nityananda Das Thakur ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Gurudev ki jai. Shri Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki jai. Nitai Parakamala, Koti Chandra Sushitala, Jai Chayai Jagat Jurai, Hey no Nitai Binemai, Radha Krishna Paitinai, Ridakori Daro Nitai Pai. Translation. The lotus feet of Lord Nityananda are a shelter where one will get the soothing moonlight, not only of one, but millions of moons. the moon actually is signified as the provider of the atmosphere of love. So whenever we see in the movies, you know, a boy and girl falling in love, you'll see they're bathing in the moonlit night and feeling great emotions of love for one another. And this soothes both of them, makes them very happy. To love and be loved is very, very soothing. It's the most soothing thing in creation. So the moon does that. It creates that type of atmosphere. It affects our nerves, our nervous system in such a way that we feel the soothing effect, the elixir of love. So the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda are not just like one moon, but millions of moons. If the world wants to have real peace, it should take shelter of Lord Nityananda. Unless one takes shelter under the shade of the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda, it will be very difficult for him to approach Radha Krishna. If one actually wants to enter into the dancing party of Radha Krishna, he must firmly catch hold of the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. So this is the ultimate purpose. Srila Prabhupada describes that the purpose of the Hare Krishna movement is to join the dancing party of the supremely attractive couple, Radha Krishna. So this is why Prabhupada said we are the chanting, feasting, dancing. And notice he uses the word dancing right at the end. It's the ultimate purpose. This is the dance of life. Krishna consciousness is the dance of life for love, for pure love of Guru Gauranga. Guru means Lord Nityananda, and Gauranga means Gauranga Mahaprabhu. Sometimes people think Guru means the spiritual master. It does, but actually the word Guru Gauranga refers to Nityananda Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, like that. And love of Guru and Krishna. There Guru is referring to the spiritual master, but also referring to Radharani, because she is the original spiritual master. We are in the Brahma Madhava Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya. The word Gaudiya means that we are the servants of the servants of the servants, many times removed of Srimati Radharani. Dasa Dasa Anadasa. Gopir Bharto Padakamalayar. Dasa Dasa Anadasa. Like that. So in the next verse, Srila Narottam Das Thakur sings, Say sambandha nahi jar, Brita janma gilotar, Say pashu bore durachar, Nitai na bolilo mukhe, Majilo sangsara sukhe, Vidya kule ki kori bhuta. Translation. Anyone who has not established his relationship with Lord Nityananda is understood to have spoiled his or her valuable human birth. Spoiled means messed it up. It's a very nice prayer. That is one of Lord, that is Srila Prabhupada's favorite prayer, in which it is sung that that we did not hear of the pastimes of Radha and Krishna and therefore spoiled our life. Radha Krishna Nasuniya Janiya Suniya. No, the verse is Janiya Suniya, yeah. Nabachilo Radha Krishna. Then, and he describes that actually, just exactly forgetting the verse. Today I've, because I broke my wrist yesterday at the ER, they gave me some very, very heavy medication, and so the medication is getting in the way. But the idea is we have knowingly drunk poison if we actually do not come to know about Radha and Krishna, and that we've spoiled our lives. Nabajino, it says. Nabajino means that we did not actually sing the glories of Radha and Krishna. We did not enter into devotional service, which is the only purpose of life in this world and the only purpose of life in the spiritual world, devotional service. So this is one of Srila Prabhupada's favorite prayers, that we must take to the process of Krishna consciousness, otherwise we are spoiled. And it'll come to me. Okay, so then he says, such a human being is actually an uncontrollable animal. There you go. It just describes us as uncontrollable animals unless we enter into devotional service of Radha and Krishna through the agency of Gaura Nitai, through the agency of those devotees who actually give us the mercy of Gaura Nitai. Because he never uttered the holy name of Nityananda, he has become merged into so-called material happiness. What can his useless education and family tradition do to help him? Nothing in this world, not all the 6 opulences put together, can help us if we do not utter the name of Lord Nityananda Balarama. Sri Nityananda Balarama ki jai, Nityananda, Nitai, Nitai. The next verse he says, Ahankara Mattahaya, Nitai Padapashiriya, Asyatere Satya Kurimani, Nitai Karina Habe, Brajiradha Krishna Pabe, Dharo Nitai Charana Dukhani. Translation: being maddened after false prestige and identification with the body, one is thinking, no, what is Nityananda? What can he do for me? I don't care. The result is that he is accepting something false to be the truth. If you actually want to approach the association of Radha Krishna, you must first achieve the mercy of Lord Nityananda. When Lord Nityananda is merciful toward you, then you will be able to approach Radha Krishna. Therefore, you should firmly grasp the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. And then in the 4th verse, he chants, Nitaye charana satya, tanghara sevaka nitya, Nitai parasada korunasha, Naratama baradukhi, Nitai marikara sukhi, Rakhoranga charanera pasha. Translation: the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda are not illusion. They are a fact. So this is a very important point that is being brought up by Srila Narottam Das Thakur. Because in this world, there is reality and there is illusion. Now, illusion doesn't mean that it is false, because sometimes people think illusion means false. No, it's not false. It's true, but it's still illusion. Now, how is that so? It's a little like, safe example. In the dark, we come across a piece of rope and we think, oh, that's a snake. Okay. That we think that the rope is a snake is illusion. But the rope is not illusion. The rope is real. So in the same way, this world is real. It is not false. It is real. But what we think this world is a place for our sense gratification. We think this is the world for our sense gratification. That is illusion. So when we tell people what the truth is, so they can get out of the illusion, they say, no, there's no such thing. No such person as Lord Nityananda. This is just your imagination. You're all coming together and creating a conspiracy like that. And why would the feet be so important? So here, Narottam Das Thakur, in the final verse of this prayer, says that the lotus feet of Nityananda are not illusion. They are a fact. One who engages in the transcendental loving service of Lord Nityananda is also transcendental. How amazing is that, right? Nityananda. Ananda means bliss. Nitya means eternal or transcendental bliss. So if we engage in the service of Lord Nityananda, then we also become transcendental. How wonderful is that? Can you imagine in this world if there was such a thing? Well, I have to go to work and I have to earn some money. So whichever boss I work for, I will have as much as the boss will have. I will have the same. The boss a billionaire, I'll also become billionaire. Wow, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? That's exactly what it is with Lord Nityananda. In fact, with Lord Nityananda, it is so powerful that it is described that he himself says, Lord Nityananda himself says, if you chant my name once, I will become your servant. Of course, we are never his master. He's always our master. He's the original Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the one who actually allows us to become Krishna conscious the fastest. There is nobody faster than Lord Nityananda when it comes to helping us to become Krishna conscious as soon as possible, instantaneously. It's by the chanting of his name. So today is his Holy Appearance Day, and that's why I thought I should again speak from this prayer, that we should maximally chant Lord Nityananda's name today. And one of the prayers that Srila Prabhupada has given us and said that is so powerful, that requires no rules and regulations, that actually gives us even more potency than the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. He said this himself, by the way. It's there in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Although there is nothing more potent than the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, nothing. But this is Srila Prabhupada's way of saying how important this mantra is. And that mantra is Gaura Nityananda. Gaura Nityananda. So today when we're chanting on our beats, at least chant one whole round of Gaura Nityananda. Chant one round of Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Srila Prabhupada says you must chant this prayer with a lot of feeling, a lot of reverence, a lot of awe, a lot of respect, because they are the ones who will deliver us the Maha Mantra. And then the Hare Krishna mantra will become real for us and become very powerful. So Srila Narottam Das Thakur continues. This Narottam Das, he refers to himself as Narottam Das, because he's Thakur, very amazing personality. This Narottam Das is very unhappy. Therefore, I am praying to Lord Nityananda to make me happy. Now we can see this is a very, very powerful devotee. And Prabhupada said, devotee is always happy. And Srila Narottam Das Thakur is always happy. But he is unhappy feeling the separation of someone he loves so dearly, and that is Lord Nityananda. So he's asking Lord Nityananda, please give me association. Please allow me to be in your association again in a way that I will become happy by your mere presence. My dear Lord, please keep me close to your lotus feet. See the amount of humility that Srila Narottam Das Thakur has. The best of the devotees is here pleading to Lord Nityananda, please keep me close to your lotus feet. So for us, this is actually a very, very important song, important instructions. Srila Prabhupada spoke about this very nicely. In fact, I have the 2-page transcription of Srila Prabhupada's speaking. And I thought I'd read it, but in some ways, I I wanted to also allow others to speak, ask questions, whatever. But what had happened was that last week on Sunday, when Srila Rita Dwajamala spoke, he actually read this whole transcription, the whole purport that Srila Prabhupada writes to this prayer. Very wonderful. You should go online and read it if you have not. And Srila Giriraj Swami also spoke very nicely from the same purport by Srila Prabhupada. And today, please make an effort to reach out and read this purport to this prayer that has been written by, that's been spoken by Srila Prabhupada. But I wanted today to also emphasize what Srila Prabhupada does in the purport, that today is the most fortunate day for us as disciples of our spiritual master, because here is the fountainhead of all our spiritual masters, the original spiritual master himself appearing today. And at 10 o'clock we'll have a Abhishek for Lord Nityananda and Lord Gauranga Mahaprabhu. The two brothers who are described as Kevala Ananda Khanda, pure bliss, pure bliss. Everything they do is blissful. And then His Grace Mathuranath Prabhu will be speaking Lord Nityananda Leela, pastimes of Lord Nityananda, at 11 o'clock on this same program and through YouTube. And then at 12 noon, there'll be an arti, and some devotees have been assigned to sing in front of the Lord at the time. Some devotees have been assigned to sing in front of, actually it's Gopi Gita Prabhu and her team, her group, that are going to be singing at the time in front of Gaur Nityananda, Lord Gauranga, Lord Nityananda, during the Abhishek time, and His Grace Nanda Braji Prabhu and his group team will be singing in front of the deities for the appearance arti, which is the lunch arti, like that. And because the pandemic is going on, GBC has asked us to remain under lockdown, and so we're doing this online program as doing it. And please remember, we all get the benefit. I will not be at the temple today at any point, so I'm also getting the same benefit you are. In fact, I'll get less because I have to also get through some treatment today so that I can get my hand back again, my left hand back again. So it's right now on the cast, so I can show you a little bit off here. And so next week I'll be going through a surgery for the hand so that I can recover my hand again, left hand again. So I'll not have the great fortune all of you will have of spending today just, but at the same time I will have that fortune of thinking about Lord Nityananda, chanting His holy names, chanting the Mahamantra, Hare Krishna Mahamantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. As many rounds as I can possibly get done today. But because of the painful situation I'm in, it's a little harder. A lot to focus, and you have to sit down so often and rest your hand and allow the pain to come back to more manageable levels like that. But what I wanted to emphasize today is this point that there is nobody more fortunate than us that we've come to know about Lord Nityananda. We've come to know the spiritual master, hear about the spiritual master, hear about devotees, hear about the deities, hear about Krishna consciousness, come to know Lord Gauranga Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda Mahaprabhu, Lord Balaram, Radharani, Lord Krishna, like that, Tulsi Maharani, Jagannath Baldev, Subhadra Devi. So many wonderful personalities, Yogamaya, amazing, amazing personalities. And so we should feel very, very happy today that Lord Nityananda is more than happy today to bestow upon us any blessings that we want, any blessings. And we'll deliver those blessings beyond our most wildest dreams. Now, this is being recorded actually, so hopefully it is being recorded, at least on YouTube. YouTube will maintain. But the idea is that we're always seeking fulfillment of our desires. But our difficulty is that we don't quite know how to desire, what to desire. But the best of all desires is to be always absorbed in Sankirtan. Sankirtan means the congregational chanting of the holy names of the Lord. And the also chant, feast, and dance all the way back to Goloka Vrindavan, Godhead. So this is the essence, to be in that mood of always absorbed, fully absorbed in Sankirtan. Just like those of us who fell in love, we know, we become absorbed in the person that we love. So here, same way, we should be always very absorbed in Sankirtan. And the Sankirtan leader is Lord Nityananda. He is the fountainhead of Sankirtan Yajna. So it's described that in the Srimad Bhagavatam, that Lord Chaitanya appeared with his associates and weapons and started this process of the Hare Krishna movement, the process of Sankirtan, like that. So so I was thinking that today I'd emphasize this point, that we should beg Lord Nityananda, we should pray to him. Even if we do it slightly, he will hear us. Just the name Nitai will create all power. But pray to him so that we truly please Guru and Krishna, Guru and Gauranga. We truly please the deities and the devotees. And the highest pleasure is always doing it for Krishna's pleasure, because when you please Krishna, all of these personalities become more than pleased. So solely for Krishna's pleasure. And also for what is called suprasidity. Suprasidity means complete satisfaction of everyone. So everyone will be completely satisfied. When we pray, we should never pray for ourselves. We should pray for everyone. So today I was praying to the Lord, please let the celebrations of Lord Nityananda's appearance be really great everywhere. Amazing celebrations everywhere. Let there be amazing celebrations everywhere. So every time there's a festival, I think I pray like this. Not just here in Dallas, but everywhere. Not just where I am involved, but everywhere. Because that's what will please Krishna. Krishna is a type of big guy, and we're lucky we have a big boy Krishna as our main deity, Kalachandji. Big boy. Great personality. Very imposing. One of our most imposing personalities on this planet is Srila Jayapataka Maharaj. Srila Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. And he often says to everybody around the world that the most powerful deity, the most imposing deity is Kalachandji. So it is his pleasure that we always seek in anything and everything we do. So today we seek the fulfillment of our service, the fulfillment of our desires, the innermost desires that come from the innermost cores of our hearts and our souls, which is pure love, like that. So we seek the fulfillment of that intense love, that genuine love for Krishna and Krishna's associates. for the deities and the devotees, for the dhammas, places of pilgrimage, and the dhamvasis, for the Lord and the Lord's expansions and associates, for personalities and places that are the pastimes of Lord Krishna, Lord Gauranga, and the associates. It's always person and place. These are the two most important things, the person and the place. And the place, person is Krishna, the place is Vrindavan, Golok Vrindavan. The person is Gauranga, and the place is Mayapur Navadvipa, Shwetadvipa, like that. So today is the day when you can get these realizations nicely, and then we become so happy that we've come to learn this and share this happiness with others. Hare Krishna. Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna.
Prabhuji, thank you so much, Prabhuji, for the wonderful lecture. And really sorry to hear that you have some wrist injury. Hope
okay.
you get better soon.
Fine.
Prabhuji, Preeti Sandarbha Mataji, she posted her question in the chat.
Okay.
So, Mataji, do you want to speak or shall I read it out? Shall I ask this question?
You can just speak it out, but if anybody wants to say it, they can also come unmute themselves and speak like that. So, but go ahead, read it out. She's already put it on chat, so please read it out.
Okay. So the question from Preeti Sandarbha Mataji is, Hare Krishna Prabhuji, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you so much for your wonderful class. I wish to understand how can we not identify with our life situations and continue in the process of Krishna consciousness. What are some steps we can take to detach ourselves from the external situations and be happy? Your servant, Preeti Sandarbha Dasi.
Hare Krishna. Nice question. This is a very sort of like very broad question in a lot of ways. So the first thing is that how can we not identify with this world, being that illusion that this world is for our sense gratification, is to understand that, and I'm going to do something here. Is to understand that what we are doing right now is that we're identifying with our body and our mind and our intelligence and our false ego, and in an illusory way, thinking that is who I am, that I am my body, I am my mind, I am my intelligence, I am my false ego. Truly, these are mine, but this is not me. Just like this phone is mine, but I'm not the phone. So in the same way, the first thing we have to detach ourselves from is this illusion that I am the body, I am the mind, I am the intelligence, I am the false ego, and I am the combination of these. No, I am actually spirit soul. I am spirit soul. Aham Brahmasmi. So that if we then now see who is it that is I am, since I am the soul, the question then becomes the situation that I'm involved in, who is involved here? The involvement in this material world is of the body, the mind, the intelligence, and the false ego. And because these are the ones who are involved, and we are misidentifying with them, we're creating the illusion, and then feeling a lot of misery and instability. Dukhalaya sashvatam. The experiences, all the miseries, the unhappiness, the instabilities, like that. So if we can first come to this realization that I am spirit soul, and that the soul's only purpose is to engage in devotional service, then obviously we can continue the process of Krishna consciousness nicely. So what are the steps we can take to detach ourselves? The first is obviously the theory. Understand the theory. that I'm not the body. But if you can think like that, sooner or later the feeling will come, the will come, the willing will come, and then the doing will come. And follow the process that has been given to us. And the process I spoke about earlier when you come to the transcendental phase. Associate with devotees. Associate with those devotees who are very sincere, very attached to Krishna consciousness like that. Chant Hare Krishna nicely, really nicely, attentively. And then read Srila Prabhupada's books, particularly Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, constantly. Because these books have so much valuable information, all the way from the beginning of each of these books, like that. And then also, worship the deities, worship Krishna. At home, have some deities of Gaur Nitai or pictures of Gaur Nitai and the deities. Worship them, talk to them. They want to talk to you. But first, you got to talk to them, because first of all, we're not seeing these deities as people. We're seeing these deities as idols. We're seeing these pictures as some picture, some personality. We don't think they really exist. We don't think they're there in their picture form. We have to understand. Be personal like that with the Lord. Relate with the Lord. Talk to the Lord. Talk to your beads. That's Japamala Maharani. So powerful. Talk to Kantimala Maharani. Talk to everyone. See them as people. Talk to them. And you will soon start hearing back from them. And then you're going to become very excited. And always eat prasadam. Eat nicely. Be happy. Become devoted and disciplined. And then most importantly, reach out to others. Preach. Preaching will give you life. Preaching is life. Then we will become happy, truly happy. Only the preacher can be happy. Nobody else can be happy. Because the preacher is always giving away Krishna to others, always giving away Gauranga Mahaprabhu to others, always giving away Krishna consciousness and all the wonderful personalities. Because this creates our family. We have 3 families. Our first family is the family we were born in for the purposes of these instructions. We say there are 3 families. The family that we were born in now, biological family. And then their, associates, the uncles, the aunts, cousins, the brothers and sisters, etc. Big family, right? Mostly, especially amongst Indians. Then there is a much more powerful. This family, they say, blood is thicker than water. So if you have blood relations, obviously it's more important than relations with friends and others. That's what they say. But actually thicker than blood is spirit. So the spiritual family is even bigger. What a wonderful spiritual family we have. Spiritual family is based on the spiritual master, based on our parampara. And all the wonderful personalities come into our life as a result. Who came into our life once we joined the spiritual family? Krishna, Gauranga Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda, Radharani, Lalita Vishakha, Srila Narottam Das Thakur. All these personalities you read in the Srimad Bhagavatam, in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, these are all family members now. We're part of that family, the spiritual family. What a powerful family. How we can, even in a material family, become so happy when it's powerful. Like I'm sure the daughter of Bill Gates is probably very happy, rich father, powerful family. Can't compare that family to the spiritual family that we're in. That's much more powerful. We pervade the entire creation, not just the material world, spiritual world too. Such a powerful spiritual family. Now that's the second family. And then the third family is our original family. We all come from families in the groves of Goloka Vrindavan. That is called Sampatti. We have to know who we are, who those family members are. Just like in this world, sometimes people lose their family members. They want to know, who's my father? Who's my brother? Mother? Who's my brother? Who's my sister? I want to know. And when they come to know, they feel very happy. I met my father again. I met my mother again. I met my brother, my sister, like that. Same for us. We have to meet our original family members again in Golok Vrindavan. That is our transcendental family. Amazing family. We can just faint hearing about some of the things that are so wonderful about this amazing family. You become filled with happiness knowing that that's our family. Wow. Where is there anything to be unhappy about? No matter how much hurt you might feel physically or whatever else. You might even be dying. You might even die. The devotee is happy. The devotee is with his family. Everything is fine. So these steps we need to take. And this way, everything will happen. Thank you. Somebody posted this nice prayer I was trying to read. Manushya Janmaya Paya Radha Krishna Navajiya Janiya Shuniya Bishikhainu. Very nice. Janiya Shuniya Bishikhainu. So I hope that answers your question well enough if we feel encouraged. And then, was there next another? Damien Prabhu? Maybe I can read it here. There's something that's come up here. And I'm reading chat. For some reason. Okay, so here is Gauri Kumari Devi Prabhu. Hare Krishna Prabhuji, thank you so much for the beautiful class and thank you for arranging online celebrations. We are in a mood of separation from our deities at Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji. Hopefully we can come again to the temple soon. Yes, we're also hoping. All of us are hoping. I'm also hoping. I'm the temple president. I'm feeling separation from the deities. I'm doing that also because I want to set the example. And of course, far more advanced than me is Srila Vrittadwaja Swami Maharaj. And you can see he's doing that. He's isolating, just to teach people example. Because one of the best things to do in life is to follow authority. And our authority is the GBC, and they tell us to do things, we do it that way. Even if we don't like it, even if they may be even wrong about it, it's okay. If we don't follow authority, there is no way we can go back to Godhead. It's the very first of all instructions that Krishna got directly from, Lord Brahma got directly from Krishna, that you must always do things based on authority. Then everything will be revealed. So yes, we are feeling separation from the deities. And it is not easy. But we have more opportunity to preach now than we've ever had in the past. More opportunity to reach out to others and give them happiness. And just like the gopis, they didn't care about their own personal happiness. They're always into the happiness of Krishna and Krishna's friends, like that. So same, we have to be the same. We have to reach out to others. And as we reach out to others, and we live with three families. We live with our biological family, we live with our spiritual family, and we live with our transcendental family simultaneously, all three. Then where is the question of unhappiness? Where is the question of, feeling unhappy or anything like that? We'll be in complete bliss because we're never separated. Our deities are always with us. Radha Kalachandji are always with us. And we're always with Radha Kalachandji. So that is the situation. All right, anybody else have anything they'd like to say or ask? We're very close to 9 o'clock. Then at 10 o'clock, we'll start with the Abhishek. They'll be happening on the altar. I won't be there programs for the rest of the program. I won't be there. If I am for a little while, it'd be nice. Probably just on the phone or something. Anybody else like to say something? No? So thank you all so very much for coming to the program, for hearing so nicely. And I wish you all the greatest of Lord Nityananda's Holy Appearance Day. May you all roll in bliss and be very happy in every way in your lives. Thank you so very much.
Sure.
Sukalpaturvascha Kripasindhuvyacha Nitanam Bhavanebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrindaki Jai.
Thank you so much once again, Prabhuji.
Shri Gaur Nityananda.
Very nice, inspiring class, Prabhuji. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Thank you, Damyan Prabhu, for looking after this. Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, everyone.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. So do we stay on the call so that we can see the Abhishek, or how is it, Prabhuji?
Yes,
Okay. Sure.
to Zoom and you'll see Abhishek. You can also see Abhishek on the link that I sent for YouTube.
Okay, Prabhu. Thank you, Prabhu. Haribol.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Radha Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, everybody. Have a great celebration of Lord Nityananda's holy appearance.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Chandramohan Prabhu.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. Jai.
So, Prabhuji, what I'll be doing is I'll just share the screen with the altar camera, and so that this YouTube link will be live for the next 1 hour. And yeah, thank you. Hare Krishna.
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama.
Once again, I'll think it's an extra key. You know, just transporting it messes it up. It's getting old. I need a new harmonium. Is this on? Should we turn this off until it's time to start? Just bringing it. I was just playing it. It was fine. Just literally just carrying it from there to here made that happen. So this one's not even playing. What do we do? Oh, bring that harmony. Try it. I can try it. I'm good. Bidayar. Oh. You have to. I guess you're okay. Nobody's here. That makes sense. I think it doesn't matter if you're inside. Because it stays, you have to put it on, no matter what. He hasn't. It's not something to be proud of. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine. I don't know if this has COVID on it. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Let's all say Nama Om together. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Shri Gaur Nitai Chandra ki jai, Shri Radha Kala Chanji ki jai. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi O Parama Karuna Bahudui Jana Nitai Gaura Chandra Parama Karuna Bahudui Jana Nitai Gaura Chandra Shabavatar Sarashiramani Kevala Ananda Kanda Shabavatar Avatar Sarashiramani Kevala Ananda Kanda Parama Karuna Bahudui Jana Nitai Gaura Chandra Na Bahudui Jana Nitai Gaura Chandra परम करुणा पहुदुई जाना निताई गौरचंद्र परम करुणा पहुदुई जाना भजो भजो भाई चैतन्य निताय सुदृढ़ विश्वास कोरी भजो भजो भाई चैतन्य निताय सुदृढ़ विश्वास कोरी भजो भजो भाई चैतन्य निताय सुदृढ़ विश्वास कोरी विषय चरिया सिरसे मजिया मुखे बोलो हरि हरि विषय विषय छाड़िया सिरसे मजिया मुखे बोलो हरि हरि विषय छाड़िया सिरसे मजिया मुखे बोलो हरि हरि विषय छाड़िया सिरसे मजिया मुखे बोलो हरि हरि परम करुणा पहुदुई जाना निताई गौरचंद्र परम करुणा पहुदुई जाना निताई गौरचंद्र देखो ओरे भाई त्रिभुवने नाय एमन दयाल दाता देखो ओरे भाई मन दयाल देखो ओरे भाई त्रिभुवने नाय एमन दयाल दाता पशु पाखी जुरे पाषाण विदारे शुनि जार भुन गाथा पशु पाखी जुरे पाषाण विदारे शुनि जार भुन गाथा पशु पाखी जुरे पाषाण विदारे शुनि जार भुन गाथा पशु पाखी जुरे Pashana vidare Shuni jara gunagata Parama karuna pahudu ijana Nitai Gaura Chandra Parama karuna pahudu ijana Nitai Gaura Chandra Oh Parama karuna pahudu ijana Nitai Gaura Chandra Parama karuna pahudu ijana Nitai Gaura Chandra Samsari Majiya Rohili Podiya Sepadena Hilo Asha Samsare Majiya Rohili Podiya Sepadena Hilo Asha Samsare Majiya Rohili Podiya Sepadena Hilo Asha Apana karama munjaye shamana Kohoye lochana dasa Apana karama munjaye shamana Kohoye lochana dasa Apana karama munjaye shamana Kohoye lochana dasa Apana karama hari hai hari Apana karama munjaye shamana Kohoye lochana dasha Apana karama hari hai hari Apana karama munjaye shamana Kohoye lochana dasha Parama karuna pahudu ijana Nitai Gaura Chandra 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 Shaba avatar sare shiromani Kevala Ananda Kanda Shaba avatar sare shiromani Kevala Ananda Kanda Shaba avatar sare shiromani Kevala Ananda Kanda Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai Jaya पतित पावन जय गौरानिताय जय पतित पावन जय गौरानिताय कलियुग नाशन गौरानिताय कलियुग नाशन कलियुग पावन गौरानिताय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय निताय गौरंग जय निताय गौरंग 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 Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hari Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hari Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Harinam Sankirtan ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Samaveda Bhaktivinoda ki jai. I think we're supposed to sing for another 20 minutes a day. I think so.
Well, he said he's going to buy some stuff today for the school.
Prabhu?
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Is it Mathuranath, Prabhuji?
I go, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Welcome, Prabhuji. So, is it Mathuranath, Prabhuji?
Prabhu, I can start class now if you want.
Yes, Prabhuji. Yeah, welcome, Prabhuji. Jai, you can start, Prabhuji. Yeah. I stopped sharing and I'll put you on your video as a broadcast. So,
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Prabhu, can you hear me?
yes, Prabhuji, I can hear you. Prabhuji, you can start the class whenever you are ready. So, we are able to hear you.
you for some reason.
I think you are not, you are unmuted. Can you check the Zoom connection? Like, is it connected to your built-in audio microphone?
Prabhu, can you hear me now?
Yes, Prabhuji. Yeah.
I don't hear you though.
Prabhuji, are you able to hear me now?
Hello?
Yes, Prabhuji, we are able to hear you. Not now.
Now, how about now?
Yes.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yes.
All right, sorry. Sorry, I'm not so technically oriented, you know. These things confuse me. So if you'd like, I can go ahead and start class.
Yes, Prabhuji. We can start now. It's
Okay.
10:51. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So first of all, everyone, please accept my obeisances. Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha Patitanam Pavnebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So we know today is the Holy Appearance Day of Lord Nityananda, and our own Nityananda asked me to say a few words and talk about a few pastimes of Lord Nityananda. But before we do that, if it's okay with everyone, since yesterday was the appearance day of Lord Varaha, I thought I would maybe tell a couple of pastimes of Lord Varaha where he appeared both to the Gopas and to the Gopis. Would that be okay, you think, for everyone? Okay. All right, we'll do that. So once when Krishna was, and the cowherd boys were herding their cows, a messenger came to Krishna and told him that the gopis were at the Yamuna and that they were gathering water at the Yamuna. So Krishna told the cowherd boys, he said, I'm going to go look for some calves, some stray calves. So he went to the Yamuna where the gopis were filling their water pots with water. And when the gopis saw him, they just ignored Krishna. They didn't, acknowledge him at all. So then he made his presence known. And so when the gopis finally, acknowledged that Krishna was there, well, they asked him, they said, what are you doing here? Why are you here at the Yamuna? And he said, I'm just looking for some stray calves. So the gopis just finished filling their water pots and they put the pots on their head and they were walking away. And Krishna said, you look so elegant with the pots on your head. And the gopis, then they stopped and they turned, and Radharani said, what would you know about carrying water? She said, what would you know about work at all? You never do any kind of work. And so Krishna said, what are you talking about? He said, I once carried the earth itself. And so the gopis all started laughing at Krishna because he mentioned that he had actually carried the earth planet. And so they said, when did you do this? And he said, well, many years ago, when the earth fell into the Garbhodaka ocean, he said, I appeared as Lord Varaha. And he said, I took the reddish color of Lord Varaha. And they said, well, just because you turned red one time doesn't mean that you're Lord Varaha. So they say, can you show us this form? So Krishna could understand that the gopis actually wanted to see this form of Lord Varaha. So all of a sudden, Krishna disappeared. And so the gopis looked down, and there was a little boar incarnation about the size of your thumb. And so before they could actually start to ridicule Krishna and make fun of him being so small, he started to grow as Lord Varaha. And he grew all the way up into the clouds. And the gopis were just amazed. And then all of a sudden he let out a roar. And when he let this roar out, all the gopis had to cover their ears. And then he took with his tusk and he was tearing up the trees and uprooting trees with his tusk. And he let out a roar again. And the gopis said, is this really Krishna? And so then Krishna, as Lord Varaha, turned the bluish color of Krishna. And they thought, yes, this is Krishna. And then after a little while, Krishna just disappeared again. And so the gopis were just looking at each other thinking, did that really happen? Did we really see this Lord Varaha? And they went over to where the tracks were, and they saw that the huge tracks of Lord Varaha, footprints of Lord Varaha, and the footprints of Krishna. And they thought, wow, yeah, this really was Krishna turning into Lord Varaha. And the amazing thing is that the gopis didn't think, well, wow, Krishna turned into Lord Varaha, he must be God. They didn't think that at all. All they thought then was, where did Krishna go? They just wanted to see where Krishna was. So a little while later, they were walking back with their pots, and they saw Krishna herding the cows. And they looked over at Krishna, and he just gave them kind of like a little smile, and then they smiled back at him. And so that was the pastime of actually Krishna showing the gopis Lord Varaha. And then another time, Krishna, they were going to have, the gopas like to have wrestling matches. And so they were getting ready to have a wrestling match, and they were all bragging about how good a wrestler they were. And so Krishna started bragging also about how good he was. And he's saying, I can defeat any of Kamsa's men. And so the gopas started laughing at him. And Subal was saying, Krishna, you're so weak. Any of us can defeat you. And when they were picking sides, no one wanted to pick Krishna. So Krishna got very angry. And all of a sudden, he took this form of Lord Varaha, this huge form. And he started at the same time, just like he did with the gopis, he started uprooting the trees and just roaring really loud. And when the gopas saw this, they started to offer their obeisances. They all offered their obeisances. And so when Krishna, as Lord Varaha, looked around and he said, okay, I guess now they're offering their obeisances, they see how powerful and how strong I really am. So then Krishna came back to his original form as Krishna. And so when he did that, all the boys came up to him and they were like hugging him and saying, wow, that was amazing, Krishna, what you did there. And so they started walking off. And so Subal came up to Krishna and he put his arm around Krishna and he said, Krishna, man, that was really amazing what you just did. He said, but when it comes to wrestling, I still think I can beat you in a wrestling match. So here again, the gopas, even though Krishna had done this amazing thing, he was just Krishna to them. They just loved him as Krishna. So I just wanted to maybe tell those two pastimes of Lord Varaha, since yesterday was Lord Varaha's appearance day. So today we know is the holy appearance day of Lord Nityananda. And so I was going to read this one verse. This is a verse by Vrindavan Das Thakur. And I was going to just read this one verse. It says, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Eka Deha, Ihate Nischaya Kari Kara Eka Hileya, Parananda Maya Duhun Murati Rasala, Nitai Chaitanya Prabhu Sri Rama Gopala, Ihate Karaye Bina Ati Buddhihina, Ara Na Dekhina Tara Vishnu Bhakti Sina. And the translation is, all glories to Lord Nityananda, the abode of pure love. The holy name of Nityananda is naturally supremely pure. To save the entire universe, he descended to this world. Those not worshiping him are surely piles of sin. Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Nityananda are one. Firmly believe this and take shelter of them. Both lords are full of transcendental bliss and devotional mellows. Lord Nityananda and Lord Chaitanya are Lord Balaram and Lord Krishna. Those who reject this are certainly wretched fools. There is no hope for such fools to achieve devotional service to Krishna. So this was a verse by Vrindavan Das Thakur. So we know that Krishna, that Lord Nityananda is actually the second body of the Lord. He manifests himself as Balaram to Krishna, as Lakshman to Sri Ram, and as Nityananda to Lord Chaitanya. And we know that all other forms and expansions of the Lord, they emanate from this second body of Lord Nityananda. And as Vishnu Tatma, he and Advaita Acharya, they are worshipped in the same category as Lord Chaitanya. And it says in his earthly Leela, Lord Nityananda is senior to Lord Chaitanya by more than a decade. And he's described as being very beautiful like Lord Chaitanya. And it says his garments resemble a cluster of blue lotus flowers. And his effulgence is said to surpass the rising of the moon at sunset. And it says his arms would extend below his knees. And I remember once Srila Gurudev said that he was giving class and he said, this is a sign of a great personality. And he had everybody stand up to see if their arms would actually go below their knees. So if you could test yourself, this is just one sign of a great personality. And it says that Lord Nityananda has a deep melodious voice, and he was constantly singing the glories of Lord Krishna. And he said he has the carefree mood of a wild avadut. And he is always absorbed in love of Godhead. And no one knows what Lord Nityananda is going to do next. It says sometimes he would like roar like a lion, and sometimes he would jump really high in the air. And when he would fall down unconscious. And sometimes for hours and even sometimes for days, he would remain unconscious. And sometimes he would even forget to wear clothes. He would come before Mother Sachi, and sometimes he would not even be wearing clothes. So Avadut is a Sanskrit term which first refers to a type of mystic or saint. And this person is beyond duality, and he roams like a free child on the face of the earth. And an Avadut, it doesn't identify with his mind or with his body. And it says such a person is held to be pure consciousness in human form. So once there was this Brahmin that actually, he doubted Lord Nityananda. He didn't understand Lord Nityananda. So he was a very wonderful devotee of Lord Chaitanya. He had firm faith in Lord Chaitanya, but he just couldn't understand Lord Nityananda. So he went to Lord Chaitanya and he said, I have a question, and if you considered me to be your disciple, this Brahmin also went to school with Lord Chaitanya when he attended school. And he said, if you consider me to be your disciple, please let me ask you a question. He said, I don't understand Lord Nityananda. People say he's a very advanced soul and that he's a sannyasi, very exalted. He said, but he doesn't do anything like a sannyasi is supposed to. He said he takes betel nut with camphor, and he, instead of wearing saffron, he wears all these, when he does wear clothes, he's wearing all these expensive clothes. And he said he wears all types of jewelry. He has necklaces, golden necklaces, he has bangles, he has rings on every one of his fingers. Lord Nityananda would sometimes wear rings. And he said, instead of carrying a danda, he carries this iron rod. And he said, I just don't understand how he could be an exalted soul, because he doesn't follow any of the ashram for sannyasis. So Lord Chaitanya, because this Brahmin asked in very humble mood, he said, he first quoted like several Srimad Bhagavatam verses. And then he gave the example of when, if you remember when Mother Devaki, when she had the 6 sons that Kamsa killed, before that, these sons were actually great personalities. They were the sons of Marichi Prajapati. And so once they saw Lord Brahma chasing after his daughter, and so they laughed at Lord Brahma, and just by laughing at Lord Brahma, they were cursed to take a birth in a demonic family. They actually, in the family of Ramyakasipu, and they had to, life after life, they had to suffer. So he's saying that you have to be very careful when it comes to great personalities. He said, even if Lord Nityananda, if he married a Muslim, or if you saw him walking into a wine shop, you would not criticize him. He said, I and Nityananda are one and the same. He said, so you never criticize. He said, even if you see a great devotee, you see them what you think may be doing something wrong. He said, never criticize them. So this is a lesson that we can all, take into heart about Vaishnava aparat. And so Lord Chaitanya was explaining this to this Brahmin. And this Brahmin, when he heard this, he understood, and he went to Lord Nityananda and he offered his obeisances, and of course Lord Nityananda forgave him. So we know Lord Nityananda, he was born in a Brahmin family in a village called Ekachakra. And Eka means one and Chakra means wheel. So this place is named Ekachakra because this is a place, if you remember, during the Battle of Kurukshetra, when Arjuna's chariot wheel fell off, and he was fighting Bhishma Dev, and so Bhishma Dev had the advantage because Arjuna's chariot had lost the wheel, and we know Krishna picked up this wheel and rushed at Bhishma Dev, and that's a whole pastime in itself. So this is how this village became called Ekachakra, where Lord Nityananda was born. And Lord Nityananda's father was Hadai Pandit, and his mother's name was Padmavati. And before Lord Nityananda appeared, there was this massive drought in the whole area there in Ekachakra. But as soon as Lord Nityananda, our little Nitai, came out of the womb of Mother Padmavati, it started to rain, and instantly crops started to bloom out, flowers started to bloom, and the whole area of Ekachakra, there was no more drought, no more famine, no more poverty. And this was all due to the appearance of Lord Nityananda. And it said that Nitai was so beautiful and so kind that nobody knew who he was, that he was actually Lord Balaram himself. And we know he was God, but he hid his opulences just so that he could associate and be enjoyed intimately by his devotees. And it said that when little Nitai, when he would sit on somebody's lap, he had a beautiful golden complexion, and his limbs were so soft that he's sometimes described as like a little puppet made out of butter. And even if somebody had some difficult problems in life due to frustration or anxiety or disappointment or whatever, they knew if they just took little Nitai on their lap and they just looked at his beautiful lotus face and his beautiful eyes and sweet smile, whatever worries or whatever frustrations they might have would disappear. And it said that they would disappear forever, that they wouldn't come back, these anxieties. And we say, someone may ask, but this is a material world. We know that how is it that these things would never come back? We know that people, when they usually come to a religion or to God, they actually approach God with the mentality of, God, please help me with these problems, help these problems to go away so I can be happy again. But we know that however much our problems go away, they always come back in another form. But Nityananda, his sweet smile had such power that it mitigated everyone's problems. And how that was is that because when they looked at little Nitai's face, they experienced such love for him that all their problems became completely insignificant. And sometimes I remember I would have like maybe some anxiety or some problem, and then I would go in front of Srimati Radharani, and as soon as you see Srimati Radharani holding her hand out and blessing you, all these problems that you thought were so big, they all just disappear. They become totally insignificant. And Krishna says that real happiness in this world is to experience his love. And once we experience Krishna's love, then our love will naturally manifest. Krishna says that pure love is reciprocal. So in his childhood, Nitai's his greatest pleasure was acting out the pastimes of the Supreme Lord. He would gather his friends together, and throughout the whole day, they would do nothing but play games. But it wasn't ordinary games. These games were dramas that were enacted with Krishna's pastimes. They would enact Krishna's pastimes, and little Nitai would tell them, each one, what they needed to do, what they needed to say. And it says sometimes Nitai would be the producer and the director, and sometimes he would be the main actor. And he would dress all his friends in costumes, and they would do like Krishna Leela, they would do Ram Leela, they would do Nrsimha Leela, Varaha Leela, just like we mentioned, and so many other different pastimes of Krishna. And so once they were doing the pastime of Ram Leela, and Nitai was playing the part of Lakshman. And so all the boys had their parts, and one boy who was playing the part of Ravana, he took a flower and he said, now I will destroy this Lakshman with my Shakti Sila arrow. And he threw this flower and he hit Nitai, who was playing the part of Lakshman. He hit him in the chest. And when this happened, Nitai completely lost consciousness. And at first the boys thought, well, it's great, he's playing the part. But then Nitai didn't wake up. And so their boys became really anxious. And so they called for Nitai's mother and father. And they came out and they were saying, Nitai, please wake up, please wake up. But he was completely unconscious, no signs of life whatsoever. So everybody was totally in anxiety. They didn't know what to do. And finally, one of the boys remembered that before they started this drama, that Nitai had told them that I'm going to, be unconscious. I'm going to fall as soon as I'm hit by this arrow. And now the Hanuman has to go and he has to get these herbs from this Gandha Madana mountain. And so they all remembered these instructions. So they did the whole play. Now this Hanuman boy, he went to this mountain and he went through the whole thing the Hanuman went through, killing the demon, fighting the Gandharvas, having to pick the whole mountain up and bring it back. And so he brought these herbs back. And then another one of the boys who was pretending to be the doctor, they took these herbs and they put them in front of Nityananda and played like they were giving him these herbs. And as soon as they did that, then he woke up. And then the boys, as soon as Lord Nityananda woke up, he was, everybody was so happy. Then, and this is how Nityananda and the boys, how they would spend every day. They would do different dramas in the pastimes of Krishna. And one time, one of the boys asked him, or it might have been his father, asked him, how do you know all these details of the scriptures so perfectly? And in all these dramatic performances you do, how do you know so much about them? And little Nitai would smile and he'd say, well, hey, these are just my pastimes. But nobody could really understand what he meant. Therefore, the whole village of Ekachakra, they became very, very attached to little Nitai, and especially his mother and father. But when Nitai turned 12 years old, this sannyasi came to the house of Hadai Pandit, and he spent the whole night speaking about Krishna and Krishna's pastimes. And then the next morning, Hadai Pandit he told this sannyasi, he said, I'm your servant. He said, please ask anything of me. He said, I'll give you anything I have. And of course, Hadai Pandit was a Brahmin and he didn't really have that much. So the sannyasi said, okay, well, please give me your son, Nityananda. And because he said, I'm on pilgrimage and I need a nice assistance. So you mothers out there, and fathers and mothers, but especially the mothers, can just imagine if some sannyasi came to your house and you had your son there, and the sannyasi said, okay, now, can you please give me your son to travel with me? You can imagine how, and even in these days, how traumatic that would be for the parents. But in those days, there wasn't any internet, there was no cell phones, there was no emails or any way to keep in contact. So once they gave Nitai to the sannyasi, he was traveling all over. So they would probably never, ever see him again. So although this was the most painful thing that Hadai Pandit and Mother Padmavati had ever experienced, they knew that they had given their word to the sannyasi and that they had to fulfill their word. And little Nitai, he was just blissfully leaving home with the sannyasi. And so then after little Nitai left, the parents, Hadai Pandit and Mother Padmavati, they realized what they had done. So they had just given away their son. They gave away their life and their soul. And the only thing that they actually lived for was Lord Nityananda. And when the news spread to all the other residents of Ekachakra, everyone in the village felt the same way. People running in all directions trying to find this sannyasi. And they were all determined that when we find this sannyasi, we're going to say, take us or take our son, but please give us back Nitai. Because everyone loved Nitai more than they loved their own lives and more than they loved their own family. But he was gone. And Hadai Pandit, after Nitai left, he couldn't eat, he couldn't sleep for weeks and weeks. And the only thing that kept him alive was this remembrance of Nitai. And ultimately, some months later, after Nitai had left, while he was chanting the name Nitai Chand, Hadai Pandit left this world. And soon after, also Mother Padmavati also left due to separation from Lord Nityananda. So it says, even today in the courtyard of Lord Nityananda's house is an old tree. It's called a Pipala tree. And this tree is called Malatala. And just before Nitai had departed with the sannyasi, Hadai Pandit, he had come there and he chanted japa under this tree. And we know Mala means japa and Tala means tree. So So when Nitai was about to depart, Hadai Pandit, he left his japa beads hanging on this tree due to his anxiety. And then many years after Lord Nityananda had left, Lord Chaitanya came to this same place, this same tree at Ekachakra. And it said at that time, Lord Chaitanya, he left his flower garland on the branch of this same tree. So we know that mala means garland. So therefore, also for this reason, this tree is called Malatala. And it says that even to this day, people worship this tree. You can go there and actually see this particular tree where Hadai Pandit and Lord Chaitanya both came. So near Ekachakra is also the place where this demon, if you remember in the Mahabharata, in the Pandavas' last year of exile, they stayed with this Brahmin couple. And there was a demon there that was named Baka. So this Bakasura demon, he would terrorize the people of Ekachakra. And he used to eat just indiscriminately whoever he would come across. He would grab that human being and he would eat them. And so the people decided to come up with a system where each week they would offer a whole cartload of food and one person to this demon. And this whole story is in the Mahabharata. So when it came to this family's time that the Pandavas were staying with, well, Queen Kunti, she told Bhima, she said, you go and you take this cart of food and then you can kill this demon. So so Bhima did, he was happy to go because Bhima was always hungry. And so he thought, well, I'm gonna have a whole cart of food. And so he went to see this demon. And when Yudhisthira and Arjuna came back, Mother Kunti, Queen Kunti, told him what she had done. And Yudhisthira was angry at her for doing that. And he told Arjuna, you go and assist Bhima in trying to kill this demon. So Arjuna, he went to the woods and he shot this arrow. It was a snake arrow into the woods to help Bhima kill this Bakasura. But the problem is, by the time that snake weapon had gotten to the spot where Bakasura was, Bhima had already killed him. So the snake remained in that area and he would disturb all the local villagers there. And so when Lord Nityananda heard this, he blocked the snake in its hold. And what he did was he took off one of his earrings and he put over the hole where the snake couldn't get out. And as soon as he put this earring on the hole, the earring expanded and it blocked the whole hole, when the snake asked Lord Nityananda, he said, okay, now that you've blocked me, how will I get food? And Lord Nityananda told him, he said, soon they're going to build a temple in this same area and people will come, they'll offer, make offerings of milk and all kinds of other food stuff. And he said he would allow the snake to actually eat this food. So this is how the snake survived. And it says this pastime is the reason why Lord Nityananda, if you sometimes in his later pastimes, you would see him with only one earring in some of his pictures. And so now this place is called Kundali Katala because of Lord Nityananda leaving his earring there. So meanwhile, Nityananda Prabhu, he traveled for about 20 years going to different holy places. And when Lord Nityananda finally actually met Lord Chaitanya, it was in the year 1506. And Lord Nityananda was 32 years old and Lord Chaitanya was 20 years old. And so Lord Nityananda, after traveling to all the holy places, he returned to Vrindavan where he decided that he was going to stay there. And he had this vision that his eternal brother, Lord Krishna, was performing his Leela in Navadvip. But Lord Chaitanya hadn't yet established the Sankirtan movement. So Lord Nityananda decided he's just going to wait in Vrindavan until the signal came that the Lord had actually begun the Sankirtan movement. So after all of his traveling and his selling in Vrindavan, after a while, Lord Nityananda, he had this vision. And at that time, he could understand within the core of his heart that Lord Chaitanya was now leading the devotees in chanting in Sankirtan and street chanting, chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So Lord Nityananda, he left Vrindavan and he went to Navadvip. but he didn't announce to anyone or let anyone know that he had come to Navadvip. Instead, he went right to the home of Nandanacharya. And so the next morning, Lord Chaitanya, he approached his devotees and he said, last night I had this wonderful dream. He said, I saw this extraordinary chariot, which had the flag of a palm tree, which is the chariot sign of Lord Balaram. And he said, there was a very large and beautiful personality on that chariot. And the personality was repeating over and over again, where is the house of Nimai Pandit? Where is the house of Nimai Pandit? And Lord Chaitanya said, I can understand this extraordinary person is none other than Balaram himself. He said, and so he said, you must go and you must find this person. So he sent Haridas Prabhu and Srivas Pandit to try to find Lord Nityananda. But they went all over Navadvip. And after searching for like 9 hours, they finally came back to Lord Chaitanya and they said, we could not find him. And so Lord Chaitanya, he just smiled because he knew that Lord Nityananda was, in order to find Lord Nityananda, you need the help of Lord Chaitanya. So Lord Chaitanya said, don't worry, I know where he is. So he took all the devotees and he and Lord Nityananda, they met at the house of Nandanacharya. And it's a whole description of the ecstatic symptoms they both experienced when they met each other. And it says, and from that time, the two brothers were always together. And the next day, Lord Chaitanya, he brought Lord Nityananda to meet Mother Sachi Devi. And if you remember the story, Mother Sachi's elder son, who was named Vishvarup, he had left home at a very young age and he took sannyas. And after he left, Mother Sachi never saw him again. But Vishvarup, we know, was also an expansion of Lord Nityananda. They were actually the same person in two different forms. So when Sachi Devi, when she first saw Nityananda Prabhu, that same love that she had had for Vishvarup, it awakened in her heart. And she embraced Nityananda and she told him over and over again, she said, you are my son, you are my very dear son. And so once Mother Sachi, Lord Nityananda showed up at the house of Mother Sachi. And so Mother Sachi had him sit down and she gave him like 5 pieces of sandesh to eat. And so when Lord Nityananda, he ate 1 piece of the sandesh and he threw the other 4 out into the yard. And Mother Sachi said, why did you do that? And he said, well, if you want more, more will come. And so she didn't understand. So she went into the kitchen and those same 4 pieces of sandesh were sitting in her kitchen. So she was like, how could this be? He threw those out the window. So then she went back into the room of Lord Nityananda and there was Lord Nityananda eating these same 4 pieces of sandesh. And so Mother Sachi Devi, she was like completely bewildered. And finally she told Lord Nityananda, she said, quit trying to hide your exalted position from me. She said, I know you're who you are. I know you're the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And it says that Lord Nityananda was always trying to touch the feet of Mother Sachi Devi. He was always trying to grab her feet and she was always trying to dodge him. And so this is a pastime that they had together. And once Mother Sachi, she had this dream, and in her dream, Lord Nityananda and Lord Chaitanya, they had gone into the altar room where there was a altar of, and they had Krishna and Balaram as deities on this altar. And Lord Nityananda and Lord Chaitanya, they had gone into the room and they were pulling Krishna and Balaram off the altar. Lord Nityananda was wrestling with Krishna and Lord Chaitanya was wrestling with Balaram, and they were arguing. And so Krishna had told Lord Nityananda and Lord Chaitanya, he said, this is our house. You shouldn't be coming here. This is our prasadam that's offered. This is our house, so you should leave. And Lord Nityananda told Krishna, he said, no, the time of the cowherd boys has ended. He said, now is the time for Brahmins. So they were arguing back and forth, and they were grabbing food out of each other's hands. And Mother Sachi was seeing all this in her dream. And then when she woke up, she went to Lord Chaitanya and she asked him, can you explain this dream to me? And so when Lord Chaitanya heard this, he was very happy. He said, this confirms that the deities that you have here are actually Krishna and Balaram. He said, because when I would go to do the offering, when I would pick up the offering, half of it would always be gone. And he said, this confirms that, that Krishna and Balaram were eating half, and then Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda would take the other half. And also one time, Mother Sachi came in and she was serving prasadam to Lord Nityananda and Lord Chaitanya. And she went into the kitchen, and when she came back out, she saw both of them as 5-year-old boys sitting there as Krishna and Balaram. And they were laughing and taking prasadam. And so this is just some of the ways, just the amazing pastimes of Lord Nityananda and Lord Chaitanya. So one day, Lord Chaitanya, he approached Haridas Thakur and Lord Nityananda. He had this amazing request to them. He said, I want you both to go to every house, door to door, to every marketplace, to every shop, to every person on the street, and I want you to give them this message. He said, tell them Krishna is your mother, Krishna is your father, Krishna is your real wealth, Krishna is your very life and soul. He said, so please chant, so therefore please chant Krishna's names. He said, do 3 things: chant Krishna's names, worship Krishna, and speak about Krishna. So Lord Chaitanya, he wanted Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas to approach everyone, and he told them, don't discriminate who is fit and who is not fit. He said, just approach everyone. And so when Nityananda Prabhu, when he would approach people, they thought, well, and when generally when saints approach people or sannyasis approach people, they're approaching to maybe ask for a donation or ask for prasadam or whatever, because Lord Nityananda, he had been a renunciate since he was 12 years old. And in those days, it was a common thing for ascetics to come and ask for donations. And people would usually give them some type of prasadam like rice or something. So when they saw Lord Nityananda, they would start to give him some rice, but he would just fold his hands and with tears in his eyes, he would say, I don't want anything from you. He said, I don't want your rice. I only want to give you something. I didn't come here to take, I came here to give to you. And the people would say, what, you came as a beggar to give us something? And Lord Nityananda would say, yes, I've come to give you this blessing. Please do these 3 things for me. Please chant the names of Krishna, please worship Krishna, and please speak about Krishna to others. And he said, don't you understand that happiness that you're always looking for, birth after birth, is actually there within your own heart. It's your love for God. And he said, this chanting of the holy name will awaken that love of God for you. And so he said, Krishna has now appeared as Lord Gauranga to freely give this greatest of all benedictions. So please take this name of Krishna and remember Krishna and try to make your life perfect. He said, that's all I ask of you. So we see here, this is God himself, Lord Nityananda, God himself. He's asking and begging envious and corrupt people to please become happy by taking the name of God and chanting Hare Krishna. Because Nityananda's mood was for everyone, but he especially focused on people who were basically in the worst condition, who were the most corrupt and the most sinful. And some people, they would criticize Lord Nityananda. They would accuse him of being like a thief, and they would call him names, and they would threaten him. But to such people, Lord Nityananda, he would just fall at their feet, and he would roll around in the dust with tears in his eyes. And he would just beg them. He said, whatever you say, I don't mind. But it breaks my heart to see you not forgetting. I'm sorry to see you forgetting the real purpose of life. So he said, please, please, please. And he would beg them to please just chant the names of the Lord. And I remember once I was listening to a class by His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. And Radhanath Maharaj was saying how similar Srila Prabhupada's mission was to Lord Nityananda's, because Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, he gave Srila Prabhupada practically the same instruction that Lord Chaitanya gave to Lord Nityananda. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta told Srila Prabhupada, go to the West. Now, without discrimination, give love of God in the English language all over the world to everyone. And Srila Prabhupada, he took that as his life and soul. And he came here with no money whatsoever, with no possessions except his books. And he didn't know anyone. He came as an instrument of compassion in the hands of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. And just like Lord Nityananda, Srila Prabhupada would tell people, I didn't come here to take from you. He said, I came here to give you the greatest gift of all. So in this way, His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj was comparing Srila Prabhupada's mission to Lord Nityananda's. So we know that Lord Chaitanya is the most merciful and the most magnanimous of all the incarnations, because without considering who is fit or who is unfit, he's freely distributing love and mercy of the Lord to everyone. He would just say, simply chant the name of Krishna and your life will be fulfilled with divine love. But we know, unfortunately, even when God himself appears, excuse me, many people don't accept him. They don't believe him. Therefore, Lord Chaitanya, he ordered Lord Nityananda, he said, I want you to approach those persons who do not accept love of God. And as we know, Lord Chaitanya, he accepted sannyas, the renounced order of life, so that people would respect him and hear from him properly. But when he did this, he had to follow very strict rules and regulations, which kept him from being able to approach people that were in, maybe lower classes, low class sinful conditions of life. So therefore, Lord Chaitanya, after he took sannyas, he instructed Lord Nityananda. He said, now I want you to get married. Even though Lord Nityananda was living like a renunciate, Lord Chaitanya said, I want you to get married. And the reason why is because those people in the lower classes of life, if a sannyasi like myself were to come and associate with them, people would criticize me. People in the higher classes of society, they would criticize me. So Lord Chaitanya, he told Lord Nityananda that you be the one to deliver the lowest of the low. You be the one to deliver these people. He said, and don't discriminate who is high and who is low. He said, these persons who are too much attached to fallen conditions, fallen activities, those who are too attached to material life and so-called religiosity, but they are due to pride, they don't surrender to God. He said, I give you these people. These people are yours. So Lord Nityananda, we know that he's the very essence of mercy of Lord Chaitanya. And once, after Lord Nityananda had done his travels and met Lord Chaitanya and everything, he went back to Navadvip. And he went to the house of Mother Sachi to see her again. And when Mother Sachi saw him, she was so happy, and she begged him, she said, please stay here in Navadvip for a while. She said, that way I can see you at least once a day, or if not once a day, I can see you once a week. So please stay here. So Lord Nityananda, he accepted that. That's what Mother Sachi wanted, and he said he would do that. So every day he would go out and do kirtan, sankirtan. And he would go out into the village, and there was this one thief that he was like, actually this man was like the chief of all the thieves. He was the head of all the thieves in the area. And he was called a Brahmin, but he was a Brahmin in name only because he had committed all kinds of sinful activities. So he saw Lord Nityananda doing sankirtan, and he would follow him. And we know that, like we said earlier, Lord Nityananda, he always had like golden necklaces, rings on every finger, golden bracelets, pearls, so much jewelry, very valuable jewelry. And so when this thief saw this, he gathered together all his other thieves, his gang, and he told them, he said, Goddess Chandi has blessed us, because if we can just get all the jewelry that this Nityananda is wearing, he said it'll be worth like millions of rupees. And he said, we'll all be rich again. So they got together and they plotted that they were going to try to steal this jewelry from Lord Nityananda. And so Lord Nityananda, he was staying at the house of Hiranya Pandit. And this Hiranya Pandit, he had a house kind of on the outskirts of Navadvip. And so it was kind of like a secluded area. So these thieves, they decided that night that they were going to go and they were going to break into the Hiranya Pandit's house, and they were going to steal this jewelry. So they all gathered that night, had all their weapons together and everything, and they went and surrounded this house. And they sent a spy out, and they asked the spy, check on, see what's happening there. So the spy went and he looked and he saw that Lord Nityananda was taking prasadam. So he came back and he said, he's taking prasadam now. And so they decided that they would wait till it got later. And so they all sat down under a tree, and they were all talking about, oh, I want the necklaces. And one thief said, no, I'll take the bracelets. Another one said, I'll take the golden earrings. So they were all like just thinking about all the wealth they were going to have. And so by Lord Nityananda's mystic power and his Nidra yoga, or the sleep power, he caused all these thieves to fall asleep under this tree. So they slept all night. And the next morning, when the birds started chirping and everything, they all woke up. And they thought, wow, we've slept the whole night. And so they hid their weapons, and then they started accusing each other of who went to sleep first, and they were arguing. And so the chief of the thieves, he said, stop arguing. He said, I think that this happened because we haven't properly worshiped Goddess Chandi. So they went and they offered wine and meat to Goddess Chandi and did some worship for her. And they decided they were going to go back again the next night. So the next night they did the same thing, got their weapons and went to the house, and they sent the spy again. And so when the spy went to look at Aranya Pandit's house, he saw that these huge personalities with all types of weapons were surrounding the house and guarding the house. So, and he saw that, he said, and he came back and told the chief of the thieves, he said, there's these huge personalities there guarding the house. And he said, looks like even one of these personalities could take out 20 of us. So they were speculating as why this was. And someone was saying, well, maybe this Nityananda is actually a very advanced soul, like people say. And this chief said, no, it's probably just some visitor. People are always coming to see Lord Nityananda. So probably some visitor came, and he said, so let's go back, and in a few days we'll come back. So they did that, waited a few days, and then they came back again the third time. So the third time they came back to Aranya Pandit's house to try to get this jewelry, it was the completely dark night. When they came to the house, it got so dark that they couldn't even see. And so one of the thieves, some of the thieves, they fell in a ditch, and they were like stung by scorpions and mosquitoes and all types of bugs. Others fell in the ditch and broke their arms or their legs. Others had so many different type of difficulties, different bugs biting them, and just so much torture that they were receiving. And when Lord Indra saw that what they were trying to do, he started this hailstorm. And so it was like hailing, like big chunks of hail, and it was raining like everything, and it turned cold. And so these thieves were suffering so much. So they all finally made it, just barely made it back to their homes, and barely survived. And so when they got back to their house, and this chief of the thieves, his heart changed, and he finally realized that actually this Lord Nityananda is the Lord. And so he had a complete change of heart, and he ran to where Lord Nityananda was staying, and Lord Nityananda was sitting there with his disciples, and this thief came running in, and he grabbed Lord Nityananda's feet, and everybody's wondering what is this thief doing? Is he just trying to do some kind of guise where he's still going to try to steal the jewelry? But then this thief started offering all these amazing prayers to Lord Nityananda, because Lord Nityananda had purified him. And so then they realized that he had a complete change of heart. And so by the mercy of Lord Nityananda, this thief asked him to please give him his mercy. And so Lord Nityananda put a garland on him, and he told him, he said, now you go back, don't do any of these things like you used to do. Please remain pure, and go and preach to all the other thieves and to everyone you meet. Tell them to chant Hare Krishna. And so he did, and he went back, and he actually converted all the other thieves that were in his gang, and they spent the rest of their lives doing nothing but chanting the holy names and preaching Krishna consciousness. So this is just one of the pastimes of Lord Nityananda. And another pastime that we all know, that we've heard many times, is the pastime of Jagai and Madai. So we know that when Lord Chaitanya sent Haridas and Lord Nityananda out to preach, they met Jagai and Madai, and Jagai and Madai chased them off, and they ran away. But then later on, Lord Nityananda, he was walking in the village, and Jagai and Madai, they grabbed Lord Nityananda, and so they asked him, "Who are you?" And he said, "I'm an Avadut." And when they heard this, well, Madai, he grabbed a clay pot and he hit Lord Nityananda on the head and actually cut his head. So when he did this, Lord Nityananda actually, instead of becoming angry, he became very ecstatic, because Lord Nityananda, he never considered that he had the power to deliver anyone. He considered that this entire power came from Lord Chaitanya, and this was his mood in the role of a devotee. And he said that I'm just giving Lord Chaitanya's instructions, and that instruction is all powerful, because by these instructions, I can connect them to Lord Gauranga, and Lord Gauranga can deliver anyone and everyone to the highest platform of love. So now, since Jagai and Madai, they had refused and hurt Lord Nityananda, he thought, well, there's nothing I can do for them. But once he got hit on the head, he realized that now Lord Chaitanya will definitely come. He said, Lord Chaitanya will come, and he's going to personally deliver these two sinful persons. And his strategy worked. When Lord Chaitanya heard this, he immediately came before these two, Jagai and Madai. And so Lord Nityananda was thinking, wow, now that Lord Chaitanya is here, he's going to deliver them and they're going to surrender to him. And then we know that actually that didn't really happen. Something else happened. And when Lord Chaitanya came, neither one of them actually surrendered. And so Lord Chaitanya, he called for his Sudarshan chakra, and he actually intended to kill Jagai and Madai. And Nityananda, he told Lord Chaitanya, he said, actually, in your previous incarnations, yeah, you would definitely kill these sinful people. He said, but in this incarnation, we actually killed their sinful mentality, and we actually give them love of God. We forgive them, and we give them this Krishna consciousness, this love of God. But when he told Lord Nityananda that, Lord Nityananda was still, Lord Chaitanya was still very angry. And so then Lord Nityananda, he said, you know what? He said, actually, Madai, he accidentally hit me. He didn't really mean it. It's just a slight cut and it doesn't hurt. But when he gave Lord Chaitanya that argument, that didn't work either. So then he told Lord Chaitanya, he said, you know, actually Madai would have killed me, but Jagai stopped him. He stopped him from hurting me, and he saved me. And when Lord Chaitanya heard this, he said, oh, Jagai, you helped my devotee. He said, I will instantly give you love of God today. And he gave him instantly love of God. And the chakra just disappeared. And then Madai, his heart also changed. And he told Lord Chaitanya, he begged him, he said, please also, you've given it to Jagai, please give it to me also, this love of God. And Lord Chaitanya told him, no, what you did was such an offense. I won't give you love of God. I can't give you love of God. And so then Lord Nityananda said to Lord Chaitanya, he said, if I've done anything to please you in my life, he said, I don't ask anything in return except this. He said, please give love of God to Madai, and please forgive him. That's all I ask of you. And so then Lord Chaitanya, he told Madai, he said, only Lord Nityananda can save you. He said, you now turn to him and ask for his forgiveness. He said, you hurt Lord Nityananda, and only he can save you. And so Madai fell at Lord Nityananda's feet, and then Lord Nityananda, he gave him to Lord Chaitanya, and they both gave him a simple instruction. They said, you both please stop causing harm to others, be humble, be grateful, and live by a pure lifestyle. and chant the names of God. And when they agreed to do that, they gave them the complete highest perfection. They gave them love of God, both Jagai and Madai. And just by giving them God's names, he gave them they were the two most sinful personalities. They actually obtained pure love of the Lord. So this is the mercy of Lord Nityananda Prabhu. And it said that Madai, he was given the instruction that he would go and clean the bathing ghats. And he did that for the rest of his life. And it said that he was constantly crying because of what he had done to Lord Nityananda. And he would constantly ask for forgiveness and ask everyone he met to please forgive him for his sins. So we know that Lord Nityananda's life and soul is for the pleasure of Lord Chaitanya. He doesn't have any other ambition. He has no other desires. Therefore, we know Lord Nityananda is declared by all the acharyas to be the original spiritual master, as Nityananda Prabhu was saying this morning, because he's the first expansion of Godhead, and he appears exclusively for the pleasure of the Lord. And although he is Krishna, he could easily accept the same position, the same godly position, but he would never do this. He would never take that type of position because he wanted to be known as a servant, and he's actually known as the servant God. So Lord Nityananda, he always saw the soul of every living being as being pure and therefore loved by God. And Nityananda, he saw everyone he saw on that same platform. So Lord Nityananda, he wound up his earthly pastimes by merging into the deity of Krishna known as Banka Roy. And this is not far from Ekachakra. And it says that the priest of the temple, they describe that Lord Nityananda, he entered within the body of this Banka Roy and departed for his unmanifest pastimes. And it says the deity of Janava Mata was therefore later placed on the right side of Banka Roy. And it says about 20 years ago, some construction workers, they were restoring this outer structure of this temple. And it says during the work break, they started to smoking. They were smoking cigarettes. And suddenly a small, very beautiful, effulgent boy, he appeared before these men. And he picked up a stick and he started beating them with the stick and chastising them that not to smoke at this auspicious place. And so the construction workers, they were shocked by this. And at the same time, their hearts melted to see the face of this beautiful young boy. Just like we were describing earlier, that just to see the face of little Nitai, all your troubles would go away. So they vowed that they would never smoke for the rest of their life. And it's said that this beautiful, effulgent boy was none other than Nitai himself that had come to chastise these men and purify them. So we know that Vaishnava Acharyas, they state that people who try to understand Lord Chaitanya without getting the mercy of Lord Nityananda, it says they'll never succeed. So one must pray very sincerely to Lord Nityananda Prabhu as the Adi Guru, or the original spiritual master, to be delivered to the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Lord Chaitanya, he gave Lord Nityananda the order to save the most fallen souls, which we know that all of us, we actually fall into that category. Therefore, in order to get the mercy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we have to first pray to Lord Nityananda. So on this day, we should all pray to Lord Nityananda to get his mercy and try to always remember and always follow his mission to try to give this valuable gift that we have, try to give it to others also. So I'll end here and thank everyone for listening. And I think next will be at noon, will be the noon Artik, which is coming. Actually, we have about 10 minutes. So I would like to read the this is a book by Vrindavan Das Thakur. It's the Nityananda Astika. It's the 8 prayers glorifying Lord Nityananda. So since we have 10 minutes, let's read those. Says Sri Nityananda Prabhu's face is most beautiful and cooling than the autumnal sun. The effulgence coming out from his body is supremely beautiful. He always moves like a mad elephant, since he is always intoxicated with Krishna Prema. He is always mad after Krishna Prema. His body is completely pure spiritual energy. He always has a smiling face. His eyes are very fickle, moving to and fro. His lotus hand always holds a glowing staff. Yes, that is Sri Nityananda, who by the beating of that staff destroys all our reactions of Kali Yuga. We should take shelter of Sri Nityananda and cry for the mercy of Sri Nityananda. He is the root of Krishna Prema Bhakti Kalpa Taru, the root of the tree of loving devotion unto Krishna. I do my bhajan of Lord Nityananda, the very root of Krishna Bhakti Vriksha. Verse 2. Sri Nityananda Prabhu is a reservoir of all transcendental mellows. He is the life and soul of all the devotees. Nobody can compare to him in all the three planetary systems. He is very dear to one and all. He is the beloved husband of Sri Vasudha and Sri Janava. He is always in an ecstatic mood of love, always maddened and intoxicated with that mellow of love, Krishna Prema. He is unknown to crooked and evil-minded persons. I do my bhajan of Lord Nityananda, the very root of the Krishna Bhakti Vriksha. Verse 3. Lord Nityananda is very dear to Sriman Gauranga Prabhu. He always does good to the whole universe. He is always supremely blissful. He is the embodiment of supreme happiness and blissfulness. He comes to this material world in this Kali Yuga to deliver the sinful persons. There is no limit to his mercy. He constantly does Nam Sankirtan, destroying the pride of this dreadful ocean of material existence. I do my bhajan of Lord Nityananda, the very root of Krishna Bhakti Vriksha. Verse number 4. Lord Nityananda tells Sriman Gauranga Mahaprabhu, O brother, what will happen to those most distressed and fallen jivas of Kali Yuga? What will happen to them unless you shower your mercy on them? Please show them a way for their deliverance by which they can approach and get your lotus feet. He always talks to Sriman Mahaprabhu like this. I do my bhajan of Lord Nityananda, the very root of the Krishna Bhakti Vriksha. Verse number 5. Lord Nityananda goes to every doorstep and request everyone with folded hands. Oh, my dear brothers, all of you engage yourself in the chanting of Hari Nam. If you do this and follow my instructions, I promise that you will very easily cross over this dreadful ocean of material existence. I do my bhajan of Lord Nityananda, the very root of the Krishna Bhakti Vriksha. Verse number 6. Like Agastya Muni, who by drinking a handful of water made all the oceans dry up, he forcibly swallows the ocean of repeated birth and death. He arose like a moon to swell up the ocean of mercy for the welfare of the jivas. He very easily destroys the sinful reactions of the most sinful, degraded persons. He is very dear to the devotees. He is always busy doing good to the devotees. He is like the sun that dispels the darkness of the ignorant fools, which descended by their sinful activities. I do my bhajan of Lord Nityananda, the very root of the Krishna Bhakti Vriksha. Verse number 7. He is always dancing and chanting, Hari Bol, uttering the name of Hari. He always engages in Harinama Sankirtan. He always wanders on the street of every city, town, and village, casting his merciful glance over his dear devotees. I do my bhajan of Lord Nityananda, the very root of the Krishna Bhakti Vriksha. Verse number 8. He moves with Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu, holding his very soft lotus-like palm. He always looks at the moon-like beautiful face of Sri Gauranga Chandra and becomes ecstatic and blissful. And Sriman Gauranga Mahaprabhu always looks at the moonlight, beautiful face of Sri Nitai. In this way, the two of them are completely filled with blissfulness. He always makes all the inhabitants of the towns and cities, wherever he goes, mad with intoxication of his beauty. I do my bhajan of Lord Nityananda, the very root of the Krishna Bhakti Vriksha. Says Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur says, Whoever reads and recites with firm faith this Sri Nityananda Astakam will have the lotus feet of Sri Nityananda Prabhu soon revealed to him. These 8 verses are the essence of Bhakti Ras. They are the life and soul of all Rasika Bhaktas and the reservoir of all mellows. Lord Nityananda is the essence of the universe, the 3 planetary systems, and by his remembrance, the sinful reactions of all sinful persons are destroyed. Jai, Lord Nityananda Prabhu ki jai. Nityananda Trayodashi ki jai. So thank you, Prabhu.
Jai.
I'll end here.
Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Thank you so much for your time, your class. Jai.
Don't worry about that. We're starting it now. Just do the best you can. Where's Leela? No. That would be more clear. No. Starting now. Is that clear? Just do the best you can. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namo.
We can still see you, Materna.
Bhutale
Can't see me.
Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvashesha Sunyavati Ashata Deshatarine Gauravani Sunyavati Prasata Deshatari Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Prabhu Nityananda Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Chaitanya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Vrinda, Jaya Gora Bhakta Vrinda, Jaya Gora Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare.
Last Monday, and that's
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare. We pick them. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare.
they would do these power
Put it right there. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Right now, it's supposed to get to 69.
Hare Rama, Hare.
hooked up on these old Dearborn heaters.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama.
Did you see his phone? Yeah. Well, during this ice storm, what happened was
Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
crazy week. I'm telling you, it was
Hey, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
He was giving a class, and it was just kind of funny. I was listening to it, and
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gora Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gora Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Advaita. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitagora Haribo, Haribo, Nitagora Haribo, Nitagora Haribo, Haribo. Nitagora Haribo, Haribo, Nitagora Haribo, Haribo, Nitagora Haribo, Haribo, Nitagora Haribo. Oh.
Kishore, where were you? You having kirtan? Yeah, right. Talk to your left ear, I'll go through this. Huh? She offered, luckily she offered. I'll be right back. Let me see if there's some more.